Hello guys! Today we're going to continue play Project Eden Garden. So last time Wolfgang died and this is his body, so we're gonna investigate. Okay, so let's investigate his body. I'll inspect the rest of the scene first before I go near his body. Also, let's inspect the taser. A taser gun. Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. It definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Did that mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? On closer inspection, nothing about the gun looks particularly strange. Had it even been used? I'm pretty sure a taser gun dispensed some kind of fire that when fired. Nearby were some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They were the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Had this originally been attached to it? I can't tell where they will fit on the gun though. Never mind. What's the point in making guesses when I can just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro at building guns should know them better than anyone else. Taser gun. Let's generator. Half of the generator internals had melted away, and what still remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, this was definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires though? It looks like a bomb had gone off in there.
That's...
Now that I think about it, during the game tournament, taking a deep breathing, I steadied my grip on the controller and pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Kaboom! Huh? All of a sudden, the world around me turned pitch black. There had been a loud boom right before the blackout happened, similar to a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I overhear the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. If my assumption is correct, the generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events aren't connected. But I'm also working purely off my memory of the boom. To be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Was there any way for me to find that out?
Hello?
Winona, you still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Why does she need to frame everything I say into the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that what you were doing before the blackout?
Huh?
Repeat that?
It's simple.
The blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it happened?
Come on.
You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. Eh? You can't be serious. There's no power? That blackout affected the entire building unless...
Anyways,
Let me rephrase. Where were you when the murder happened?
Sheesh.
Where were you? At Cassidy's game tournament in the dining hall.
Oh, really?
Really? Well, not what I
Let me
expected.
see.
Ulysses and I spent this morning by the large tree. We stayed there up to and including the time of Wolfgang murder. Sounded like she had an alibi then. As for the location she mentioned, I assume this entire building complex connected to the one generator. But it made more sense for that tree Array to have its own separate system, hence why it didn't lose power. What about the courtyard though? Was anyone there at the time of the blackout? Aren't you going to investigate Wolfgang? Me?
Yeah.
Who else? Back when we mistook that dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly.
Hang on.
That's different. I never thought it was real.
I see.
Now that we were finally advancing in the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typical, I guess. She can only keep up an act for so long.
Terrible.
The generator over there is partially submerged in the water. I think we would be wise to stay on this platform. Was she worried about the water being electrified? If I and my managed to stand in it way back when, I don't see why now would be any different. Then again, the generator wasn't damaged last time.
Damn.
Yeah, since Wolfgang is kneeling in the water, we should avoid touching him.
No.
You don't know for sure if the water's unsafe. How does you know?
Listen to me.
Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Saying that Eva walked over to the pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Eva went straight to the edge of the platform and threw the light bulb into the water.
Look.
See, it's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well,
I see. Then I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang.
Okay.
Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. Now isn't the time to be listening to your nerves. Oi, take a whiff of the air. Ain't there something off about it? I followed his instruction and sniffed the air.
That's...
It smells like burned rubber.
That ain't it.
Because of the busted generator, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. There is another scent, a real bitter one. You might actually be onto something. It's almost like cereal and rubbing alcohol.
Bad news.
Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work.
Eh?
I had my fair share of travels across the sea, and I'm no stranger to foul play. There's no stench worse than one of a disastrous combustion.
It is how it is.
Thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposed to be that of a chemical reaction? Where else could it be coming from beside the busted generator? Unless Jin's conclusion about the smell is wrong, I wouldn't push it past him. Explosions smell like cereal and rubbing alcohol. Let's check the blood. There was blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting. But now after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more
I
obvious.
see.
Looks like it passes into the hallway too. I completely missed this during the blackout. Speaking of, after Buddy discovered announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room through this door. Yet this spot don't look smart. I'm guessing they were already dry by the time any of us got here, in which case, could this be Wolfgang's blood? I'll inspect the rest of What else to inspect? A knife. A knife? Why was a knife floating in the water? On the blade and in the surrounding water, I could make something out. The unmistakable color of blood. There's no doubt about it. This knife must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I have no idea. What else to inspect?
Hi.
Why did you move over here? It's
The struggle.
I feel it's highly important we investigate anything and everything we can. That is why I moved over here to investigate. More like he didn't want to be near Wolfgang's body. In what was the voice of the investigation, something of other than fear appeared on Ulysses' face. It was curiosity.
Huh?
What is it? What is it? Look at the floor in front of the door.
That's
This, yes,
seriously.
this is just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's still a part of the crime scene. It necessitates documentation.
That's not important.
Seriously, something this small means nothing. It could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. This guy there's not much he could actually document, and instead he's focusing on some flimsy piece of metal. All the more reason to rely on myself. What else to investigate? Cork. There's a cord in the water. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There was no internal plug, just a great tip line with a black substance. Had the cord been burned? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage room maybe. It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items we've been provided so far, like bolt, pickers, a fridge, they've worked perfectly well. So what happened to this cord, and why was it even in the water? What else? Sure. Chunk of something red were floating near the generator. It almost looked like metal or maybe plastic. Were these originally part of the generator? The color and material don't seem to match though. Alright, it feels like I've given the boiler room a good rundown. Which means... Yes, yesterday Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us. And now he's dead. Who had the resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder? To go so far as to mangle his body. I couldn't unpack it, I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate, this was a real person. It was so far out of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone.
Hello.
Do you want to inspect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to inspect him. It's just the idea of getting close to him.
Where?
I'll investigate with you, it'll be easier for both of us that way. Right?
Right.
Right. He's crying and also drooling. Wolfgang lay completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. Eva's expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts and makes the worst of us at times. I even hated him for it. But this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moment that left him so terrified? Was it the realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what if won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus will be to find evidence, and that begins by investigating his body. With the way Wolfgang was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it.
Focus.
Let me see if his spark are scratched. As I knelt down to take a closer look, trickling out from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and onto the rest of his hands, a strange injury that looked a lot like a tree sapling. Was this a burn mark? When I looked at Wolfgang's other end, I saw the same thing. Markings that seemed to extend down the arm.
The hell?
Eva, look at this!
Oh,
Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. That's really horrible. They look gross little veins. What inflicted them?
That's...
There's a taser a little way from when we were standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. So the other thing I can think of is the generator.
is that really true?
Why the generator?
I know.
The thing has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught in that something and that's how he
Not
died.
sure.
I'm not sure. The generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause burn like this.
Look at this.
Plus, the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it.
Right.
You're right. Anything able to melt the generator wire would have burned his suit to a crisp too.
Thinking,
Exactly.
Thinking.
I think Wolfgang received this burn outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave this marking. As for the actual place he got burned, guess we'll have to try and find it ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. While it's possible the generator may not have been involved in the murder, it seems unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burned. After all, burns like his would definitely paralyze someone. As for Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Why else would he be lying on the platform? There didn't seem to be any strange marking on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise. That looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored.
Damn.
Right, how did he get this on the back of his neck?
Hmm.
Nothing around us seems to have left it. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing?
That's...
Can a body really decompose this fast? It could or it could not. It probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature.
Correct.
Correct. Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm, humid areas like this boiler room.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy product. That's a good comparison. The tone deaf one for sure.
Hmm.
Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. If he did, it wouldn't have been super noticeable.
fair.
Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something else on his body. Near the mark of his neck, but not directly overlapping it. A red dot.
Ah,
Is that a beauty mark? What? Doesn't look like it. The skin around the dot seems to be inflamed. It reminds me of a popped pimple. The sort of wound you could easily inflict on yourself.
so
Then you don't think this is related to the murder? It might not be, but
There must be something.
judging by the lack of scabbing, this was inflicted pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. Wolfgang's suit was completely complete as a far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric.
Eh?
As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket. Though it was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed. I really don't want to touch him, but with my thumb and index finger, I snatched the paper out of his pocket, taking care not to brush my hand against his body. I gingerly folded open the paper, aware that some of the wetter spots could fall apart immediately, and found a message written in it. That's some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
No.
A lot of the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low quality pen. Although at the bottom of the page, fragment of a message was still visible. Secret 8:15 a.m. boiler room, close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seemed like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with him
I
here.
see.
Will that someone be the culprit?
Not sure.
8:15 a.m. That's a long time before the time of death though. Maybe there was a struggle or maybe Wolfgang arrived
There
late.
must be something.
Either way, the message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang Wolfman before his death. Well now, I really want to know where everyone was at the time. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. But Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and I would have already been in the dining room. Right, setting up equipment.
That's...
As for the other students, directly asking them where they were at 8:15 a.m. might be risky.
Where?
Because they will wonder where we got the time from. Exactly, and I prefer to keep this note between the two of us. At least for now.
Anyways.
Anyway, this thing about the secret, what do you think that means?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really sure. It could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail.
Huh.
If they claim to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail we had.
Strange.
The boiler room is pretty ominous place to meet someone though. It would have been Wolfgang's first time here too, assuming he didn't explore this floor beforehand.
What could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting here alone, or he did realize and just didn't care.
Right.
Right, does that change anything about what I said?
Hmm?
Well, duh. If Wolfgang knew the warning sign, his reason for coming might have less to do with integrity
You see?
and more to do with desperation.
Huh?
Desperation? To know the detail of his
I
blackmail.
see.
It would stand to reason.
Hmm?
If only Wolfgang had hidden the note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard like this killing game, except around you and me, I guess. A huge mark on Wolfgang's neck, it looked like a bruise or maybe sign of decomposition. There was also strange to I'm assuming this was the knife. The blade and the sounding water could make out the undistinguishable color of the gun. There's no doubt about it, this time must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I had no idea. Let's see what else. Oh, there's the original part of the generator, considering how close they are. Oh, what else do we investigate? Can we leave? No. Did we check his body? No. What were the chances we would end up here within the only opening of the fence? The one spot where he could kneel over like this. Was it possibly he'd been trying to climb onto the platform before he died? It's strange why he didn't use the stair door, and even stranger that he was even in the water. That seems to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey, Damon. Since we've inspected the boiler room, we shall find the student who left and ask them about their testimony.
Right.
They went after to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. The victim less known whereabouts are the best place to search for clues.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what they've been up to. Apart from collecting testimonies, there were two other matters on my mind. One, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun, and two, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred, in case it happened at the time of the murder. I walked over to the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar, but as I began to pull it the rest of the way open, I noticed it. The doorknob, something about it. Looks different. Hey, Eva. The doorknob, I think it's been flipped. Babe, are you sure? Take a look for yourself. The first time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside.
Is that really true?
How will someone be able to flip a doorknob though?
That's...
By unscrewing it, probably. Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier?
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed it.
Is that really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even that. It might have been because of the darkness or my own nerves. But back then, I wasn't paying attention to small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the door more had I been there, but that's beside the point. Alright. Anyway, this discovery paints an interesting picture. Since the lock was not accessible from the hallway, you could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you wanted to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them.
Moving on.
Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Right, let's go. So let's live and ask the others. As a million questions rattle away in my mind, I follow Eva out of the boiler room. Actually, Eva, before you go upstairs, it's probably worth checking out the storage closets first.
I know.
Why? I found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There was no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the internal end been severed off and the cord burned after? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else, one of the storage room maybe. That extension cord, we shall confirm it if it did indeed come from a storage closet.
However,
Okay, but first I want to talk to Cassie.
Come again.
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation. Well, any help is better than no help. Fair. Alright, I'll talk to Cassidy first and then I'll investigate the storage closets on this floor. Talk to her. Cassidy was pacing around the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing. Oh, hey guys. Sorry for not noticing you sooner. I was performing a super sweep down on this here hallway. There's a lot of words for wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question. Let's hear it. Just don't drag it on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's up.
You see?
Do you remember who attended the tournament? The game tournament, huh? Everyone who was slated to join kept their word, so we had a full house.
What about?
There were 8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, Jean, Kai, and the 3 of us.
Huh?
Something on your mind? Well, since the murder happened in the boiler room,
Well.
wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi? Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. She's totally right. Also, since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms down the hall, every pairing can vouch for each other.
Right.
Alright, we all split up. What were the groups again?
Yep.
Jet and I explored storage closet B. Storage closet B.
Check it out.
That's what it's called on the map. Does she mean the map of the Tosu trinket? I activated my trinket and sure enough, See storage closet B. There is also storage closet A, storage closet C, and storage closet D. Those are definitely the rooms we explored.
I see.
C. In that case, Kai and Maya must have explored storage closet C. I remember it clearly. The two of us checked the closets above and opposite the one Cassidy searched. According to this map, the only closet to fit those perimeter is storage closet C.
Correct.
Grace and I investigated the closet directly next to Damon, so we must have been inside the storage closet A,
Yeah.
which left Mark and Jean with storage closet B. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, since you're here,
Question.
what's the deal with you and the boiler room?
Huh?
What? When Kai told us party scripts about Wolfie, he said you two went inside the boiler room.
How?
The heck did you do that for? You were supposed to check out the storage closet.
No.
You're not casting suspicions on me, are you? Me, no way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated storage closet twice, we just didn't find anything inside.
Anyway.
Although we did hear someone run down the hallway.
Am I hearing
Huh?
you right?
For real? Man, unlucky. All that work for nothing. What's the plan now? Do we just go back outside? Let's check out how the people next door are not doing. Pat, pat, pat. Huh? Suddenly I heard frantic footsteps echoing from the hallway outside.
Doubt it.
Wait, I don't remember any footsteps.
It's the truth.
I do. Huh? Eva, did you really? I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However,
I just brushed it off as my imagination though. Grace, me and Jet must have been talking over them. Were those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damon? It's Damon, and yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running from.
for real?
Bowie, really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. I mean, entering the boiler room after something like that, you weren't scared a murderer was hiding there? But I actually discovered wasn't much better. True, true. Then whose footsteps could those have been? I don't know why animals would wanna be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark.
What about?
Unless, or maybe they were also looking for a backup generator.
That's not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the place this person ran away from was the crime scene. Those footsteps were probably the killers. You mean fresh off committing the murder?
Right.
Fresh off the murder or a bit after. Depends what time we went downstairs. Either way, whether it was immediately after the murder or not. For a brief moment, the only thing separating us from Wolfgang Killer was where the storage room was. That's creepy to think about. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels. No need to thank me, it is all in a day's work. He didn't even do anything. Let's check the closet. Okay, this is storage closet A.
Yeah.
Let's take a look around. As I begin to inspect the shelf, the glint of something shiny caught my eye. Eva, look! There's a rolling pin here and a handpin on it too.
Strange.
What are you implying? That someone used this recently and not for its intended purpose.
I know.
Look, can you see how the handprints are at the base of the pin? You aren't rolling much though if you're wielding this thing like a tennis racket, are you? The pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it will be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Not only that,
Jeez.
right, there's a dent on the pin too. Really? On the end of opposite the handprint, can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent. That's definitely not a coincidence.
Focus.
Could this pin have something to do with the mark we found on Wolfgang's neck? If it was used to knock him out, it would not only explain the dent on the pin, but the bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way into this closet though?
Huh?
What do you mean? How did the pin make its way into the closet after the killer used it?
There must
Oh,
be
I
something.
mean, if the footsteps Sky and I heard were the killers, they probably chucked the pin in here on the way out.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened.
Huh?
If the killer entered this closet and I hit the rolling pin,
Listen to me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course, she and Grace were investigating this closet at the time. What if the killer placed the pin in here before any of us came downstairs?
Save it.
If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as their chance to escape? Damn it, she's right about that too. Could this rolling pin really be unrelated, but it lines up so well with the other evidence? Still, rolling pin has been added to the truth bullet section of your closet.
Moving on.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else to this room. Let's keep investigating. One moment she's speaking nonsense, the next she's totally coherent. I don't think I'll ever understand this girl. Is that all? Yeah. That's it. Is there anything?
Where?
Was me, A was me and Grace, B was Chet and Cassidy. If I was politely reciting who went to Pastor's closet like an anxious high schooler trying to memorize her exam notes. She didn't even seem to notice me looking at her. Check the others.
Look.
This is storage closet D.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark and Jake explored this one. Let's see what I can find here. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's.
I think I see something behind this pile of boxes. I stood on my tiptoes to get a better look and...
Please.
Oh, so they really are here.
Well,
What's here? Extension cord, a whole bunch of them.
strange.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. Only difference is they still have their other half intact. The internal plugs are pretty slim compared to other kind of cords. The fact these cords match the one in the boiler means the killer must have been rummaged through this closet for equipment. For what reason they needed the cord, I had no idea, but this was still a step in the right direction. Beside that box of cords, nothing else about this room is standing out to me.
So,
Do you want to move
Yeah.
on? Yeah, let's go. This one is also the same. And there's nothing. We go upstairs. Heading upstairs will be a bad idea. There are things in this hallway and still need to investigate. What are the... Oh,
interesting.
oh, that was easy.
The hell?
Why did you do that? To see if you're nervous.
Seriously?
Of course I'm nervous. You were nervous earlier.
No.
Earlier, yeah, but not anymore.
Moving on.
Anyway, you shouldn't be so nervous. If you're too nervous, you won't be able to think straight, so you should calm down. Easier said than done.
Well,
Well, we've already investigated really ugly stuff, right? You don't need to think about the stuff for now, just focus on collecting people's testimony.
listen to me.
I can keep reminding you if you want. I'll be fine. Blood. There's the right blood on the floor. For some reason, it seems to pull right around this particular spot. The right blood, like in the boiler room?
Huh?
You notice the blood in there?
Correct.
I noticed you noticing it.
I see.
I see.
So,
So who do you think left all this blood behind?
Guess.
Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injury he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to have split a lot of blood.
There must be something.
Which means the only possibility we're left with
what
is
could it be?
the blood belongs to someone else. Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
If I didn't notice the blood here, would you have pointed it out to me?
Huh?
I would have pointed it out to you. That way you'd know not to step on it.
Right.
Sure, I'd point it out.
Thanks.
Thanks. Is there anything now? Can we go up now? Oh. Do we talk to her? F4 and Grace explore closet storage A, Jet and I explore storage closet B. When Kai explored storage closet C and Mark and Jean explore storage closet D.
Yep.
Yep, that's definitely the order.
Weird.
What a weird looking storage closet.
Stop.
Very funny. What else to inspect? We can't go up yet. There's nothing to explore here.
Interesting.
The map says this is storage closet B.
Right.
Right, the closet Cassidy and Jet explored.
Look.
Do you see that? What? The box in the corner of the there, look. Confused, I turned to where she was pointing. Hey, this is... I think I know what it is. A generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored this room before, I knew one of them had a backup generator.
That's...
If this closet had the backup generator, would it mean the one who restored the power? Well, if Cassidy and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then they're the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate a generator. That seems to be all there is to the closet. Can we go up now? What? What else to investigate? We all get to investigate every closet. What? This was the closet Kai and I explored. It was hard to get a good looks at its content in the dark, but seeing it now,
See.
there doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think that we can move on. Okay. We've looked through all the closets.
So,
Did you find everything you need?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. The rolling pin and the stack of extension cord. There's no doubting they're relevant to this case. At least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway.
Eva, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimony.
where?
Well, finally. As Eva and I emerged from the basement on the lookout for anything which could aid us in our investigation. Eh? Right in front of us, a flustered Eloise was huddled with her back to the wall, standing next to her. Stop, you guys. Might wanna lower your voice around here, some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Is something wrong? Sorry, Eloise had a bit of a frightening experience out
You
recently.
think?
I think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene downstairs is bad, but I'm talking about something else. After those who left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues. But the moment we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She dragged me out and Desmond ran after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since. Hold on, this she you're referring to?
Shit.
Yup, it's Grace. She's been guarding Wolfgang's dorm ever since she kicked us out. Grace was blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm, what the hell?
Hmm?
We can't let her bother us from entering this room. The class trials will start at any moment. That's what I tried telling everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Jet and Mike went to the dining hall, Diana went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Eloise and I thought we're not gonna let this slide. We gotta get inside the dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace.
Think about it this way.
And we've landed on something, performing a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badging her with questions, poke at her ego until it eventually retreats.
Safety first.
If you want, you can join us. A debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? I did come here to inspect Wolfgang dorm, so I might as well. If that's the
I'm
case,
out.
I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jet and Mike for their testimonies.
Eh?
You're not coming along?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I like to be around right now. You three can handle her. Something tells me she's just afraid of her talent being more.
Right.
No sweat, have fun with Jet and Mark.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Eva left in the direction of the laundromat, Flea taking the long route to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace then?
Totally.
Yeah, let's not waste any time.
Okay.
Right, okay. Do you wanna take the lead, Damon? For sure. I wasn't going to admit it to either of their face, but their plans seemed pretty half-baked. Not because I was going to face off with Grace, but because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her be of any help in a verbal showdown? If anything, she'll probably make us look uncoordinated. Because I'll have to do most of the heavy lifting there. Since Grace was guarding Wolfgang's dorm, she should be right around the corner. So this is it. But don't you two yappies get it? You're not coming
Don't
in.
get it mixed up.
Hang on, we're not here for that. Damon just want to ask you a question.
Off.
He isn't coming in either.
Please.
Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back off, Soybean. His room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search his last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by default.
See that?
What if I said I've done the job for you?
Come again.
As in, you've searched the room? High and low. Wanna know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that, we need to see it for yourself.
Oi!
You think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be unfortunately.
Eh?
Think about it, you haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone who got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know? It gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see.
Anyway.
Also, I'm calling this considering breaking the rules. Those who want this game to be fair but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair.
Don't test me.
Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do?
Mm,
I'll report it to the Toastu.
you.
Huh?
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What do you say we look for him now? If Toastu agrees this is sabotage, might call Mara to help. Or it's not sabotage. I'm not hiding anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. Desmond never mentioned Wolfgang's murder.
Anyway,
Look, just let us into the room. If you're telling the truth, we'll drop our suspicion.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if we wanna know what happened to him. He would want to investigate our dorm if it were anyone else who died. Grace stood there silently gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door.
Okay.
Phew. Sweet, thanks Grace. With sigh of relief, we enter Wolfgang's door. So this was Wolfgang's dorm. While some of my expectations were correct, a lot about the room still surprised me. I anticipate the layout resembling my dorm and the decor reflecting his talent. What I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. Well, maybe not messy, just really casual. A room that clearly has been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you inspect them. I wanna keep the room as is. To be honest, I'm not sure why I'm even surprised. Clothes were scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. Nothing about them looked suspicious. An intricately patterned couch side by side with two red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillar seems to be arranged in just the right way. A large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. Huge wooden bookshelf filled to the brim with a catalog of books towered over the room. Skimming the titles, most seemed to be about the intricacies of the legal system, although some were about old court cases rehearsed with new evidence. Did Wolfgang really read any of this, or were they all just show for show? Wolfgang also had a pin-up calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focusing on during a murder investigation. Also. Eloise was kneeling on the floor, shouting to Wolfgang bedside a tall man with a serious look on her face. Hey, can we talk for a
Give
second?
me a moment.
Ah, okay. She closed the ottoman and stood up, now wearing the same nervous expression she always did. Is there something wrong? I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. Oh, when did the murder happen? I was with Desmond in the courtyard. In the courtyard? Yes. You can ask Damon to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine.
it's simple.
Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right?
It's not.
No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We were only alerted to the murder because of Toast's announcement.
See,
I see, so my theory was right. If Winona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never experienced a blackout in the courtyard, both those feelings must be connected to an entirely different power source. Hmm. What's up, Damon?
hi.
Hey, can you check out something out for me?
Easy enough.
In here, Aurora?
That's not it.
In the boiler room. I found a taser gun in
Are
there.
you for real?
I can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure because if I'm wrong and the taser gun was used, It might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's death.
No kidding.
What we're talking about is that big of a deal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns, I
All
figured.
good.
No sweat, I'll do it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon.
Ugh,
We're not here for that, my ass.
Hi.
Hey, normal should be meeting my eyes.
quit it.
I know you suspect me, I can tell by the look on your face, but I don't know anything about his death. To be in the dark like everyone else about the person she was so close to. Damn it, get a grip of yourself, Damon. Grace can claim to know nothing about the murder but everything before it.
Anyway.
So I heard a rumor you became Wolfgang's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy, happy, sick?
Eh?
Huh? We were planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an ache in his stomach. He woke up sick? If you're telling me the truth and Wolfgang planned to attend the tournament,
That's not it.
why did he say the opposite yesterday? Admittedly, I am also a little hesitant about attending. I'm not sure if I will have the time for it. From what I remember, Wolfgang said he'd be too busy to attend the tournament. More like he wanted another round at the pachinko machine.
Watch and learn.
I won't know, I interrogated him after breakfast.
No.
What, that's seriously what he meant?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, which was I told him, hey no, let's do the tournament. He was a bit finicky at first, typical for a soybean, but he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player, I'm not sure I can believe that. Then again, some of the paraphernalia in this room look neither golf nor law related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. However, come this morning, Wolfgang remembered the pirate was attending, so he just suggested I track down that guy and partner with him instead.
Right.
Right, because you needed to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang, he knew I was miffed about it, his smile said as much. But I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. If Wolfgang really had been bedridden, how did he wind up in the boiler room? Either he didn't come on of his own volition, or he was never too sick to begin with. By the look on her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. With all that said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who was so gung-ho about honestly, you think he would confide in the person he's closest to. Did the letter I find inside his blazer pocket have something to do with it? At the bottom of the page, fragments of the message were still visible. Secret 8:15 AM and close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? While only a few words were legible, a lot could be gleaned from them. For example, the mention of a secret. Did the rest of the note elaborate on it, or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from information even he couldn't handle. Or maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Akira deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? Well, that all clarified. Why was Grace so antsy about people entering? There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. I'm pretty sure that's where Eva said she was going. As soon as I entered the room, Eva walked over to
Hello.
me. Hello, I've just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important?
Rage.
Nothing important. I don't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously. This might end like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. Does she really think so? While the information definitely didn't bode well for me, I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Not unless I want to die in this game.
Focus.
I'll see if I can make those two talk.
Thanks.
Good luck. Mark had returned to his position by the equipment. Hey, Desmond and Lois told me you plan to investigate Wolfgang's dorm. Grace isn't guarding it anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate.
It's nothing.
I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. This investigation could spell the difference between life and death, yet his priority was his stupid music equipment. Don't you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
I heard people are already giving Grace the side eye for being uncooperative. What might they say if they find out you've ditched the investigation?
Slow down.
Yo, hold on. Get called out to us from the other side of the room and get on. Can't you see Broski isn't feeling well? Give the guy some space.
It's not important.
I don't care, I am working on a time limit. Who are you to talk anyway? Yeah, judging by the look on Broski's face whenever you guys are together,
It's simple.
out of everyone here, I think you've known the least about personal space. What? No way! Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think we'd be hanging out so much?
Broski's always stick
Come on, Broski, pick me up here.
Hmm.
Time. Uh-huh. What time did the murder happen?
That's
9:35 a.m. Check this. He pointed to a small digital clock at the top of the music bar. Huh? This is the time of the murder. It was like this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout. So now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before it lost power. Then that confirms my suspicions. The blackout and by association, the destruction of the generator occurred at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
My man.
Nice going, bro, you hit the jackpot. Bet it's cause I was here with you, huh? Jeez, this was getting hard to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is me, or is there something funky about this place?
come again.
But I don't know, man, everything feels kinda off. I can't place why though, and it's bugging the crap out of me. Not like he just felt uncomfortable being here. I guess I can blame him. With the turn things have taken, the tension and excitement of the tournament was all but a distant memory. But in this room, that was now a reminder Wolfgang died right under our noses. Shit. Why didn't Tosu fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility?
Not okay.
The upgrades and printing are restocked every day though. Can't things just be consistent? Whining aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tosu fix the blackout? Thinking back on this spill from earlier, the tablet's information has been defaulted in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have equal chance of success. Did Tosu abstain from fixing the blackout because it was important to the killer? They could easily make their escape if no one else could see anything.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps we
Come
heard
again.
when we were in the storage closet.
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing
I
socks.
see.
Now that you mention it, it did sound like a socks on a hard floor. Of all things to be right about, it has to be this.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Man.
I mean, why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it, the sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Or what about sneakers? They really get squishy on a smooth floor.
Don't
And
say that.
what I'm saying is you could totally figure out the shoe from the sound it makes. And if you know that what person the killer had on, you can just look for the person with the matching pair. But socks, anyone can be wearing socks. The person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
This sucks.
Just our luck. The white one. Guess they had players spent a lot of time doing this. He must be upset that he didn't even finish a single round. The first time people have a get together and they're interrupted by a murder. Thinking back on it, the game tournament and the murder were happening really close to each other. The former began at 9 a.m. while the latter occurred at 9:35 a.m. That's within the same hour. Taking another look at his whiteboard, yeah, I can see why the killer chose to attack closely. 8 potential witnesses all is situated in one place to be preoccupied with video games, to notice the world around them. There couldn't be a perfect time to strike.
Where?
Where this might end like the motel where only a couple people know what they're doing. I can't hear the whir of the generator anymore. So the fan is right there. The time thing have taken the attention of the final of the town was all about this memory. And this room was now remember walking that kind under your nose. You already talk to him. What else to investigate? Can we leave? The woman mask boy announced missing. What? This is already the kitchen maybe? May as well skim to the kitchen just in case. Looking inside the cabinets, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Except, this knife block had a knife missing from it. For a kitchen knife to go missing, at the same time a knife is found floating in the boiler room's water, that can't be a coincidence. Click. Oh my, would you look at the time? I dare say we ought to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. Click. What? There's only 20 minutes until the trial. Damon? How does she keep scaring me? The investigation almost over. We need to find the others 3 and hear their testimonies.
That's...
The other
As
3?
I was saying.
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Jeez.
Alright, calm down. Desmond said they were in the courtyard, right?
I'm talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. Then let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in the same building. In the meantime, don't panic,
Can't
okay?
you see?
I'm not panicking. As she said that, no, she wasn't for me to follow her over to the door. If I might deny it, but the anxiety which has been building up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although with how fast my own heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. Laundry room. I took the wrong way again, dude. This place is like a maze. Alright, if Desmond telling the truth, then Diana should be in here. This can't be happening, this can't be happening. Diana was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in tight embrace. She's in even worse shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please give me a moment, it's been kind of tough.
No.
The investigation is going to end really soon, we can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Oh, the blackout right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room alone doing my makeup. You don't have any makeup on though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off already.
See.
So you were alone in your room the entire morning?
Mm,
Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? I've asked all the questions I want to. Thanks.
So,
Do you think she was acting weird at all?
That's...
No weirder than the other. Anyway, since Diana gave it a testimony, I can cross her off my list now. Which means the only people I still need to speak to.
Where?
I hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. We won't know until we see her for ourselves. Toshiko and Ingrid had retreated under the best tent at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was comforting the smaller girl with completely hidden her face behind her fan. Poor Toshiko.
Hello?
Hey, have either of you been investigating? Investigating? Toshiko lowered her fan to reveal a pair of puffy eyes.
Unacceptable!
I don't know, what do you expect me to do?
Seriously?
Go look for clues? Clues?
Impossible!
How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know? My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. I can see why.
Moving on.
Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? It could have been a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real life testimonies talk about anyway.
Think this through.
A person acting odd. Maybe not at the time, but looking back, it definitely seems a little strange. Do you want to tell them, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning I saw Wolfgang.
Huh?
When did you see him? In the dorm hallway on my way back from the pharmacy. The dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang! What a coincidence, running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kayura? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself know better than to attend some silly party. Alright, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That's...
Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament.
Strange.
Yesterday he told everyone he was too busy to attend.
Hmm.
I assume he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of their conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are buddies, by the way. I thought I'd mention that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyways, when I heard that Wolfie said, my first thought was leftover clothes. I don't remember any leftover clothes. But I figured I must have been misremembering. But with my aching head at all. Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. That's why I had to go to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job.
So,
Do you know what the time of the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 8:10, I think.
how should I put it?
The conversation happened just a little. Yes, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. Then she was already inside the pharmacy by 8 AM. So Wolfgang, he looked totally fine when you saw him.
Sure.
Yes, nothing seemed odd. How doesn't that call into question what Grace told me earlier? Either Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick or she was telling the truth, and Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. I can probably deduce an answer. If I know that what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm, if she left before 8:10 AM, then she would have already been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. And twice he only remembered him in bed. However, if she left after 8:10 AM, then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko. Which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in the store. Funny how she never gave me a time. What else happened after Toshiko saw Wolfgang? That blackout show gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on. I thought we did watch you and your buddy pass by. You saw that?
How should I put it?
Heard it pass, then took a peek. I would have said something, but I still wasn't feeling my usual self. So we watched you up until you all went down the stairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
Such a terrible sight. I can't believe someone here may actually be behind it. Let's just hope we can solve it. Oh no, it's time. Alright everyone, that's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long, otherwise you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Woohoo, get it? Because your trinkets can sap you. Anyway, just gotta move on. It's time!
Fingers
Ah,
crossed.
you two go ahead, Toshiko and I'll catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. It's time for the class trial. Eva and I made the short track to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling?
It's me.
Voice wouldn't do it justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty bad. If I can tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. Yes, I rather we save the talking for the trial. The trial. In just a few moments time, we were going to be down there. Down there in the trial room fighting for survival using only our words. Damn it, Damon, get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. His voice was steady but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you check the taser?
Right.
Right, I did. Any findings?
Hmm.
Just one. The gun's blast door was missing. Blast what?
Huh?
All of a sudden the ground. Oh no, not again. Hold on to something, everyone. The Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. The Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature but does not achieve it. And justly so, for ignorance often aspires to be seen as wisdom. Damn it!
Shit.
Well guys, we gotta cut this conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial, let's not keep this goat guy waiting.
Holy.
Oh man, this is really happening. We're so screwed, we're totally gonna die.
Is how it is.
If you go in expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Game over, man.
I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said that.
Hold your horses.
Look at it this way, we're who here and the cards more stacked against. 14 people working together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray.
Are we ready?
If anyone's in a struggle, it ain't the group of 14.
Do you think?
You make a good point statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly, luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can I say something first before we go? Oh, what is it? It's a message for the
What
killer.
did you say?
A message for the killer. The person here who killed Wolfgang. Wherever you are, can you please step forward? Who would want to do that? Huh?
I want to help.
You don't have to do this class trial. If you can, just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already. Then please, despite Diana's please, no one came forward.
Come on.
If someone's determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. Person fake on the subject, I also got a message for the killer.
Dumbass.
Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole. Enjoy the fucking death penalty. Respect out those words and disappeared into the opponent of the tree.
Can I go now?
Proceed.
Slow down.
Yo, broski, wait up. One by one, people begin to follow suit. I guess if it's time to go. But everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There was no mock trial awaiting us, no fox murder designed to waste our time with stupid mystery. This was undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the train and descended into the darkness. It was the same elevator, the same slow jangling of metal and the echoing sounds of clunky machinery. And yet something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regards, but who is still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspiration, a person with a family. A person who I will never hear speak again. Not a single word. Am I ready for this? What what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do. Until I face this trial head on. There's no way I can place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. The elevator began to slow, snapping me back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, and when movement stopped completely, the doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've got a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
Ooh, it feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how insouciant and chipper so many of you used to be.
How interesting.
After all that back and forth over a simple how done it mystery, I'm truly curious what today's trial will reveal. Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we? Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written.
The show must go on.
Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited. I can barely wait a second longer. If I really don't wanna do this.
Oh, crud!
We gotta do as you say, though. Otherwise, that enforcer lady might get mad. Knowing we were powerless to disobey those, we began to disperse and locate our podiums.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone. If we work together, we can do
we
this.
can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. Although her words elicited not from the other student, the expression of his face told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over. In a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feeling. An expression of unmistakable fear. Unmistakable. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial. Angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth. How they twisted my words and assuming my intentions. I'm angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. I've always been happy for reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. So I stood there at my podium conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? If Wolfgang hadn't been so naive, if he'd just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the other may have failed at preventing Wolfgang murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their action. I'll solve this case and survive. So let's good bullets. Blackout or posting. Step game tournament. Generator. Race testimony. Knife. Hot smell. Dark now. Still rolling pin. That was a suspicious note. Laser gun, thin piece of metal, Toshiko fast quest, doses tablet, and Wolfgang there's a lot of good bullets. Let's begin.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished. And
This is
rest
the
will
real
receive
trial.
a killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, or the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
This guy is a social and psychopath.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed. Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a
Poor-
better place now, you hear?
Poor girl.
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it.
How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
She seems naive, but her words, when she speaks up, her words can sting like knife.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, Doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I
never said I didn't
leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
Mm-hmm. When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Why is it that some people can recall a blackout but not others? Thinking back on the testimonials I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess. The blackout affected one building.
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced the blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Yeah, that's really extreme.
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Lawyer Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Blech.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilled the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Oh my god.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm
Just-
getting this right,
Just like a mom.
Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe.
Oh my god.
I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me. So when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing happened last night. But the morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she
Oh
did.
no.
Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs?
That's a really long way down.
It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
Is there more to the story than Grace is telling us? Too many people are letting their emotion cloud their judgment. I need to solve the mystery and set things straight.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to
Sheesh.
explain. The last I saw of Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
What? There's a major discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but she's necessarily at fault for that.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth?
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not
It's a me.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
We would have found those by now.
Let's go. So so Grace testimony. Wolfgang was going to attend tournament with Grace, but had to cancel. Now he has attended tournament with Shin instead. Toshiko left the dorm before 8 AM to fetch Ingrid some medication from the pharmacy. On her way back, she briefly encountered Wolfgang in the hallway. Ingrid offered her a piece of Toshiko and Wolfgang conversation from her room. 8:10.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang...
Will not help.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth?
We would have found those by now.
Maybe...
That, or Wolfgang never... Grace, he was sick.
Oh.
Maybe Grace has some kind of reason for lying about what Wolfgang said this morning.
How? If anything, telling you the truth is putting my ass on the line.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
Nothing.
It's not a secret
We would have
always.
found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
There's a major discrepancy testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that? So, so what? Let's see. So we need to figure out
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
so we need to know what. So Wolfgang was going to attend the tournament with Grace but had to cancel this morning after waking up. Also he going Grace to attend the tournament with so, and how about Toshiko? Toshiko left the dorm before 8 AM. Ingrid, got a Wolfgang on. Oh, she wasn't caring by anyone. Oh my god, it's game over.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I got enough time.
I've got nothing else to say.
Hear me out.
Found those by now.
Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
Oh.
That.
Oh no, I missed.
What?
Maybe was carried by the.
No, that's wrong!
He didn't get carried. He walked.
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not the only person we should be blaming. Is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Of course,
Simple.
he lied.
Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
The note. Where is double secret 8:50 a.m. and was the.
This is it.
During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink, but some parts are still legible.
Secret 8:15 a.m. boiler room, close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture. Yeah. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs.
Lawyer who is good at lying.
That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, They could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening, not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
But I have it.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got... If you're innocent, say something already!
If I'm innocent, I shall say something. While telling everyone I have Wolfgang blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eye? I don't know. Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. When it comes to me, all of people owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might test me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depends on whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth! Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To recognize, to acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat,
Right. It's very noble.
If I reveal my blackmail right now, will everyone here treat me the same? Will they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit!
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure. But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases, or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to. But I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
What? Stabbed to death?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
The killer stepped Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room. No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
The victim is the ultimate liar who's discovered in the boiler room. In the water, it has his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimate no.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and
His
along
hand.
the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Whatever story they're trying to spin is definitely good. I can confess myself.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
What happened in those hallways?
It was probably sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang.
Stabbed him from behind.
No.
That does not dispute the possibility.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him. Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack.
The killer snuck up on Wolfgang.
Stabbed him from...
No,
Jason
that's
gets
wrong.
stabbed.
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Have you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back?
I
You
figured.
notice a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man! It's not like I didn't try! It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
Where do you get that thing?
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
What is her use in this game?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of Coronaparalysis.
What kind of... What? Coronoparalysis. I know the paralysis part, but I do not care. No.
Chiaro. Huh?
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims.
Oh, so that's what it calls.
Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Oh my god. His grandpa got struck by lightning.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps the deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
What?
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily.
The generator.
Something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Something equivalent in damage of a lightning strike. The idea sounds ridiculous, but when I think back on the boiler room and what was inside, right, if I take that object into consideration, Ulysses' theory starts to hold some weight. The generator.
This is it.
Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
It's really useful in the podcast.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably
Yeah.
don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Dining hall people, you are in the ceiling before, tell us what's going on. Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl? The hell, I never even saw her. Huh, you were there too, by Greenville? Not even. There's a floor below us, that's where I woke up.
To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Oh my god.
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly,
This
Wei
has
Shu proved the generator inflicted those burns.
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. This pilot is continuing the other might start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she fixes the trial of that. Ah, you thought you were the only one with an interjection animation? Think again. Sometimes a student will dislike your argument so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate with you. We call this rebuttal showdown. Then rebuttal showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks on you at you, and it's your jump to counter them. Use the WSD to slide through your opponent's to the slide direction. To slide diagonally, simply press 2 keys at the same time. Be sure to stay close to the shape, size, and position of as this clue will go direction you shall slice. Every time you strike white text, the green side of the screen will shift left to represent your argument succeeding. Likewise, every time you miss the right text, the right side of the screen. If you cut to enough remarks, you will advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you'll get rid. If you're somewhere in the middle, you and your opponent will wrestle for control in a short round of courses in order to gain upper. You must completely left play. Now to the meat of the truth play, similar to most of the event. So it's like a cooldown starts slicing the set. Can you see goal? Assess the validity of your man. Now let's keep Winona waiting to battle.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder. You only assume it happened during. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debater.
No, the blackout's definitely connected to walk.
What about the blackout?
The DJ.
The building may very well have lost its power
The DJ.
at any point before or after the murder. You only assume it happened during. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debater.
Oh, I know.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after.
I'll cut through those words!
The times it says.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad.
The DJ pad, it shows the time.
While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened.
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Yes, because the water is not conductive.
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up
How
in
is
the boiler
not?
room,
How
I
does the
wanted to
water is not
investigate the
conductive?
flooded area. So I tested the water.
Out of the corner of my eyes, I pushed a pile of boxes and fish out the light bulb. Then without hesitation, she jumped into the water.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scored.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
That's the generator really unrelatable to the case, but the timing of the blackout is the perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a
That's
toy
a taser.
gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found a taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. I've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed at my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm, so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No. That's a lie.
A lie?
It's a time to find our innocent won't fool me, not when I know the truth. It's blackmail.
I got it. The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine. Did
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
With his weapon at hand, Desmond got the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep. No idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everything. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a tech controller.
Oh my
Take
god.
the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
Oh my god, these people turn on each other so fast.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But if this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Desmond.
Desmond is the killer.
Taser gun, I think. Let's go. Like a bomb went off inside the machine.
The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun existed. I was
Base
barely in my
testing.
dorm to begin with.
What am I going to internet? Alright, now we know that useful. We're gonna have this.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
but
Attention to their own murder weapon.
Desmond is the killer.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with. Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did
Desmond say the taser gun was fired. I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology.
So So we know. So if person was going to attend, I don't know you guys. The she left the dorm before they actually called the Wolfgang the whole engaging. That the car Banana is for no, that's not recording the blackout happening, the single. Alright, the blackout. Oh no, the time's up.
Little helpfulness.
Ow. The blackout.
The taser.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was burying my door to begin with.
Plus, you
Want
want
to draw attention away
from your
weapon core.
But
If this
Talk about avoiding suspicion. Why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
and
I got it.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
right.
Yeah, they're both in the courtyard,
Desmond
guys.
and we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a genius.
Oh my
I
god.
should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now.
She can really make a joke anywhere.
Now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how.
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again? But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we
I
talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead. You know, the ones that weren't burn marks. Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Want to try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
Oh my gosh, non-stop debate again.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Of course it's not.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him.
What
Yeah,
if
the rolling
Wolfie
pin.
fell over? How spindly he is, one tiny misstep could leave the poor fella bruised for days.
She's saying he's weak.
Easily, eh? Let's see if you're right. Ulysses, fall over.
No, thank you.
Oh my god, the solutions are so weird.
I think
Even reached.
Either way, something. I got it.
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really?
There's still a rolling pin.
Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
A rolling pin.
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser. Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer next move? If I figure that out, I'll be the one step closer to solving this case.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the 2 of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Ed and I checked Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Just because the killer placed the pin earlier doesn't mean they left before we arrived.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang
Alright, the
with a
first step.
and then chucked the pin into Closet A? When exactly did they discard the pin? They could have done it when Eva and I were
think Mark's right. Cause immediately.
No, that's wrong!
Because there was footsteps.
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time, when the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator. Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jen and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Doy, that's a given.
huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
She's so chill.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Cause their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
Oi, are you pulling out leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
So they doesn't have an alibi. Winona is with the loser Jean, and then she was with us, she was in the courtyard with Desmond. Diana is nowhere. She said she was in the room. In her room.
You!
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Huh?
The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys, if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that.
What?
You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer?
Is she really the killer?
Do you really?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava?
Huh?
You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Looks like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. That's not a problem, I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, certainly not, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. We finally found the killer!
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
That person point is a clearly impossible they should realize if I point out that disadvantage.
If it was Diana, because if so,
Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself?
Why else would the killer's weapon?
No.
There were only 2 people in the boiler room, and we've already proven what, so the blood was left by.
if it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be
Already.
They had both. The rolling pin.
No! It's held in 2 hands! They use both hands.
No, the killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are 2 handprints wrapped around the edge. as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler, Wolfgang Akire.
Wolfgang held the knife?
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
She's totally
Depends.
right, but
If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course. That also means a small cut will need bandaging, which...
it
You
could
may
be
not
under her
see
clothes.
any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
Diana's talent. She's a makeup artist.
Talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
She's
No.
finally meaning. Huh?
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
Oh my god.
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana. She lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her.
Diana,
It wasn't me. I promise. It wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
what does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote.
No.
Vote. That's right. We have to vote for the killer. Then I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. So
No.
Why is it that when I hear a cry I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Is she not the killer? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Anytime the horse is possible when I already know the truth. Can't be possible not unless.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
I know this Wolfgang plays the pocket. Listo.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? The boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
The knife was for the blade and the time was covered while expecting the creature. Ada kakak. The bowling pin. So, but the paper was damaged by what? Oh my god, I got. Why is it always like another time?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him.
No, that's wrong!
So we're gonna kill him immediately.
Hold on. Grace, you're overlooking a crucial detail. Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer pocket? It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m.
Yeah.
But, according to the Tozu tablet, he died over an hour later at 9:30. That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room and then wait over an hour to kill him. There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note,
Yeah, why will
we
she
lacked the
wait
context
1
to
hour?
properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
He was already on his way when I ran into him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
They fighting for 1 hour. Oh my god.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see this is a trick? All of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked. I call it undeniable fucking proof!
Where does she go?
I don't give a damn what Diana says! Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
Grace too seems to think she knows more about the crime scene than I do. But if that were true, she would have already realized the final hurt.
I don't give a damn what Diana says! Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
Okay, that's fine.
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. That one is a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door. Boom. Look at that. No intruders. Now take your argument and shove it up your ass.
Grace, of course, she can't lock the door.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door. Boom. Look at that.
Oopsie.
She could just lock the fucking door.
I'll cut through those
She
words.
can't. She can't lock it.
The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner. In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson could do.
Meh. You really think so? Swapping a doorknob is easy. Well, last time I did anything like it was a while ago, but everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate a doorknob quick smart.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Oh my god.
Right on. Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or?
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died? She had been locked inside?
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room. How do you suppose she did?
Diana's way of escaping the boiler room, huh? From the evidence in the boiler room, I'm really confident. This she lockpicked it.
This is it. Near the boiler room door, I discovered a thin piece of metal. At first glance, it didn't look important, but if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver, picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done, it just takes a bit of practice.
Diana probably had this hairpin inside her makeup bag, so she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came undone, which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew. Now that would be impossible for me.
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
Which character can be only one team? Someone else lock it.
I got it. Someone else must have locked the door.
What?
If we go with our current train of thought, the doorknob was rearranged so you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap herself inside, which means someone else must have locked the door. I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana's suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
I'd rather resolve this threat before we move on to voting.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in the first place?
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
Instead of seeking help? Or trying to stop the scuffle?
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
Any chance they locked it to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the doorknob being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Yes.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
Yeah, doesn't sound possible.
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had been swapped beforehand? Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming to the boiler room. They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our safest assumption, at least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Diana, since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet. You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least, do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm... I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay. But all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or...?
So she's not the killer?
I didn't kill Wolfgang.
and I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said
Diana watched Wolfgang died?
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah,
It's looking like Diana may actually be innocent. Looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one agreement to another. So I can piece together my own thoughts, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of the killer. Whatever is thrown at me next, I need to preserve. Because if I don't, if everyone else has votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you... something like a nice cup of tea.
No need.
Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music. Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tag. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue
What
to
is
challenge
this?
it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meal. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea.
What?
Ta-ta!
This person is really crazy and weird.
Now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was... 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago.
Not a note.
Someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To fight this course, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about either, even in private. There is always the chance someone can hear. Wolfgang.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged, the words I can make out were in the same messy scrawl as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier. because I was scared of how people would try to twist it, like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang, in case he really did write the note, which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me.
Oh, thank you, Doku2007, for following.
I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after I finally saw him.
She finally saw Wolfgang. Oh my god, he looks horrible.
Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet.
I thought he wasn't sick.
Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I
What?
really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
Oh, he looks like an undead zombie.
Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
Huh?
It's okay,
Is he
Wolfgang.
hallucinating?
Look, there's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But... okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together. I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow I didn't think to react.
Oh my god.
Reached inside his blazer.
Oh my god.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself, and that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I
Did she
took
do
the
it?
taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and
She shot him.
I couldn't do it.
What?
I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world. No, I won't give up until everyone knows me as.
Oh my.
All of a sudden, everything turned white.
What?
Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black.
Oh my god, he looks so creepy.
And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it, his body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or moan, but there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
Crazy. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfold.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs, so that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with...
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made
He's
Diana
getting
trap
framed.
herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room, by which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it. And stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut though. And some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light.
Oh my god, she did it
I
in the
realize
dark.
This is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a sec.
She changed to her makeup bag. Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing her card.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap! That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured.
Oh my god.
If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
The Drak.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy.
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
Stranger people section.
That's rich coming from you!
It's just as I predicted, exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way to more murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was, with cautious yet determined expression, the student entered the newly opened pharmacy, giving everyone unrestricted access to medication sounded like a disaster in the making. But having already evoked the group here after speaking my mind before, I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. I'll just stay quiet, let them do their thing. Then again, nobody would have listened to me, especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging?
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him? Oh my god, there's a lot.
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
The
How would the
the
killer
neck.
make him swallow a pill? There was no proof
Inject
they
it.
restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat.
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
How did the killer drug Wolfgang? Or the pathologist been the only honest?
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point. How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer knock Wolfgang out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat. Like
an inhalable
substance?
No.
If Wolfgang inhaled something, there should have been.
I bet.
How would the
Oh
killer
yes.
Make him swallow a pill. There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer knock Wolfgang out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat. Like an inhalable substance? Oh yeah, like a
Powder or something.
The pharmacy does
Have a large collection.
of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just. I got it.
Tap it with a
When
syringe.
Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out if Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m. Then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around. Only when they had him right where they wanted, dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damien and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And,
Oh no. If everyone
So
can be
everyone-
accounted for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So we're back to square one?
Oh no.
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
What's going us over here? Is there a part of this mystery we're getting wrong? Or could it be we're overlooking something? It was called out as having no relation to murder because the wire don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact is destroyed, the timing of the black. Is it the generator? One coincidence is easy to wave off, but when in coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., Is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up. Until everyone knows me as all of sudden everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. In those few seconds he became pitch black. And then so did everything else.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
She's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
The true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Am I grasping at stuff by thinking something like that?
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own work.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
The most covert place. Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet those in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Yeah, true.
Oakley dokley.
Oh my god, she's so unserious.
All right, everyone, let's put our thinking hats on. then. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go!
Taser gun, smell generator, shrapnel.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
In that case, the generator blew up after Wolfie got shot with the taser.
Such a dastardly taser, leaving so many victims in its wake.
Oh, I'm long past.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
Tank of a 95 meter was floating in the water into the generator. And the area below like an accommodation of zero and zero.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence? Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop. Probably.
There's no proof
Anything besides
it was involved.
The shark, no. It was floating in the water.
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion due to their proximity to the generator. It's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color. It lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else. Which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
The floating near it was another out of place item. The extension cord.
This is it.
In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside storage closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closet. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits. Even though we don't know what they are.
Alright, the red shark, no. There definitely isn't debris left from the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the sharpnel. At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in the trial. If I were to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet, there's no proof what I have in mind is related to the sharpnel part. When all other options are ruled out, I can only tend to write the one that hasn't. The one thing the mysterious sharpnel might be related to. Is it this one?
This is it.
Okay.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice. But when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal. Or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
Oh my god.
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes, when we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in the dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Big old slab for metal. Why does that sound so good? Hold on, that's right. What English said just now is similar to what she said the night we actually began bunking together. I guess this will explain my room too. It's littered with all sorts of fancy tools and metal. The time people were talking about their dorm rooms, big team around their talent. The vehicle we shared might to be the remnants of the unique device that guy voices about having in this room. For sure is to put you on the spot. Ooh, okay. Enough to told us for the room. He has DJ, makeup, weapons, gold. He has car batteries.
It has to be you!
Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes.
Lithium batteries.
Oh! I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool! So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected. No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. There was a boom.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet! Were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
What?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
That's useless.
Can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay, if the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point. We can roll out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
Shrapnel and generator are too close for comfort. They must be correlated. I'll admit that I am throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I pull that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet. Let's go.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
I feel always quicker to say lithium is gone, but what when we was that person continuing process start to sound.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
What? My arm had been cut.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though. The battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana thrown it in the water.
Oh.
Damon, Diana was the. If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
Where?
If the
What?
So it must have been submerged. Perhaps.
The battery would have landed in the water, a few inches generator.
No.
The battery is related.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Power generator, what? Oh, it's a
It must
generator.
have been submerged another way.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is only Diana could have thrown it in the water. Damon.
No. Wait, Ethan. Generator, it falls from the generator.
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, but maybe. Suspended leaning. Suspended. It was tied.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended.
If the battery was suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a sort of sound. It was tied to the extension cord.
This is it.
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned.
The more you explain it...
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than weaving it. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana because her arm is bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like Wolfgang. No, a third person. The cord was involved. Object maybe?
I got it.
Because there was no other people.
Throughout this
And
trial,
there was no way Wolfgang.
we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. I find making the cord and the battery is tied around it. One of the generator is the same spot where the shrapnel has surfaced. On top of this.
This is it.
The generator.
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
Oh, the fan.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember sunlight shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her
Oh my
shoulders.
gosh.
Quite the visual.
Don't wrap it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessary. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing what cutting the cord, tying the cord around wrapping the cord.
I got it.
If you grab the cord,
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the
But
battery
that's how
will
it's
sit
done.
safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
oh, simple. By just setting the cord's position. But the killer will need to utilize it. What is the question? Is it the fan?
This is it.
Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
Wrapping my fingers around great directly in front of me, I pulled hard as a cord.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny, earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
He has a point. If in assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room fan. But I failed to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably hard to reach the boiler room fan if you have to reach down that shaft first. Not just that, I never tried to see if the boiler room fan can open inward. I only got it to open outward. By that logic, a fan of the opposite side of the shaft. This can really one thing.
No one ever tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something right when you described opening the boiler room vent. If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you could slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Oh my god.
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Well, it's eyes. My elephant. Oh my god.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Simon might have maintained it for one photo ball.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved,
or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them are...
I'll cut through those words!
Tension.
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in storage closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is...
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
The truth can be stranger than...
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did.
That can be stranger than fiction.
Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they'd probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer. Damn it, how did I not realize it sooner? The fact the killer could have if an access the vent meant they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and John.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3! And Cass too? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
Turn on participant flip the fan. I could edit the who that person is by determining F1 position directly before the blackout. The problem is I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? But I never got a good look at the others. I can still deduce their general position and if they were near me. From whether or not I heard them. Think Damon, think when. Was you the only. We hear Jet. Cassidy was with us. Mark Wesley. Eva, she was playing her own game.
It has to be you!
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing the game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone. Except Ava. In fact, last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What? Plot hole?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Eva get rid of the core? Sure is possible if you know how to untie it at the right time. During the blackout.
I got it.
To dispose of the cord, he just untied it during the black.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot.
Thank you for the follow.
Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
Thank you, Higa, Big Emily.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
I'm not like you, I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the whole world knows. I won't give up until I'm known as. All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. In a few seconds, it became pitch black. And then so did everything else. Stop.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the toes of trinkets. I should have known. I should have known. Only Eva fucking Sadaka would kill Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his bag.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the investigation continue like this. If I did in fact have a way to reach the fan, all she had to use. Is it the boxes?
Eva grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amount of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Flexing your mathematical...
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, but he never noticed anything.
Couldn't you just move the box back up?
Then the underside of the box would be wet.
This I can confirm. My...
So... Is it this one? The railing?
I'm not tall enough to reach... I'm not...
This is it.
She used the
Ava,
railings.
to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room. There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself.
Oh no.
You could easily push one up against the machine.
Ah, she would have known about those boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator. And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The front was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bull.
Can it, you four-eyed troll! You can't talk your way out of this one!
Yeah.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you, and only you! Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
Very close to generator game tournament timeline extension goes up now.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a special knot which can untie by itself after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer. You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
The 8 began at 9 a.m. as the first match was kind, but our game was cut short by the blackout.
This trap was used. You can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described. How so? Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a special lock which can untie so. After a bit of time passes. I just happened to be at the.
You guys,
No, that's wrong.
you helped them.
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament. In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the...
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier. But the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa! Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. We're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Oh my
Except
god.
neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
Alright. When I was training my dog, I did most of my studying at 9 a.m. The brain is more active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skill. The 9 a.m. tournament, huh? Wouldn't be the first time. Screw it, let's do 9 a.m. 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
But to answer her question, I need either Cassidy, Jet, or Mark Otis to open fan. When I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the fan. When did Ava open the dining hall fan? First I said it.
Ava opened the vent after Mark's
Someone would see her opening the vent.
Oh no! They're stacking the furniture.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone! If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
Oh my god!
What?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just
How obvious can you be?
I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sir, Eva!
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents, after going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture. During which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What?
It's to do with the chair's position.
The chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout. Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall.
Alright!
However, when I ran over to the vent,
she moved
the
it,
chair
nice.
suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m. Then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving
my
the
God.
speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be.
Oh my
Eva
god.
clearly placed them that way to cover as much
And she
ground
didn't
as possible.
suspect it? How obvious could they be?
Still, Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, they just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out at the other end of the ventilation. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did we overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
Because guys standing up would look really suspicious. Which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. Oh.
know why you're pointing fingers at some random chick.
The chair.
This is it. The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. For this event, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with
Oh, come
everything
on.
we've spoken about,
Everything?
Is she really the
Did you
killer or
already
is it
forget
like
what we said
Diana?
earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
How did Eva obtain the item? If I had Desmond Black. If I had Desmond blackmail.
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boat.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh yeah, he read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the
Oh my god, she's trying to
He knew all sorts of
counterattack and frame us.
The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye... on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolf. Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy. And he thought I hated him the same way but unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation!
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate. I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally. But in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness, which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh gosh.
Any reason you
Eva.
didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talk. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta.
If I really never trust me, what then? Why then did she please go so much for me? Why did she tell me? It's because I trust you. That it's just for snake. For I snake. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close, but Eva thinks about me doesn't matter. What she thinks about me? You took my side way back at the beginning, remember? We were the only people who refused to listen to her, and you helped me solve the mystery behind that whole case. No one thank you at all. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Damn it, damn it. This entire time I've been judging the other for how trusting they are, not even realizing I've blindly following the word of a stranger. And now everyone's here. They're gonna hold this black my crap against me even more than if I just come forward earlier. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let this discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. But only the picture. As requested.
It was where I retrieved the info from my pocket and pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parent?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person, and maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth.
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed! We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about.
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me or anything else.
It is odd that he placed faith in a man who does not have faith in. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that.
Oh my god.
My ears!
Her screams are loud.
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks. So it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair. Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway?
If she's not killer, why are you acting like this?
Explain how I knew when to drop the battery. And shut up and stop accusing me!
Eva makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did she just rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if the timing isn't right. Come on, take it. My years of debate have taught me anything. I need to look at this from another angle. If I just take it from the top, I'm assuming Eva is the killer. Check the time, no, she guessed. Behind. He's not?
I got it.
So she can't hear, she can't guess, and she
The only
can't
way
check
the
the
killer
time.
would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear any.
So where did she was in? For Diana from, there are only two possibly places. She can't. The front? See the camera?
This is it.
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
In order to access see what was happening on security camera, what will Eva need to access to? Naturally, it would have been to be some sort of screen. A screen, huh? Thinking back on the old various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all other options are ruled out, I can only turn to the one which will remain. The one thing we've yet to discuss. If it's time to bring end to what you started. For better or for worse, this one will be your final life. But it's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle, however it won't be without a fight, and also an argument altercation. In this game, you and your opponent battle each other in the bullet hell and have an extravaganza. Dodge your opponent attack, shoot down the argument, and solve the case. So focus is shift, the movement is in, mega bullet is F, noise bullet is space. Destroying statement increase damage, mega bullet gauge and weakness. Mega are green and can boost attack and deal damage. Use focus shift to slow the battle temporarily. Okay, I'm not feeling that.
This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see it. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Damon, I thought you trusted me.
Oh my god, she's guilt tripping us. Oh my god!
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Why would I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh no, I missed.
Proof I killed Wolfgang. Why won't you believe me? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camp? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? It's
Oh no!
Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see any. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed.
Oh my god! This is hard. Oh no, we have to start again.
I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's... This isn't fair. I thought you trusted me. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair.
Oh my god.
Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera?
Stop moving!
Why would I kill? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? There's no
Stop
proof
moving!
I killed Wolf. It's Damon who's suspicious. This
about the camera? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about Why won't you believe me? I just wanted to help.
Oh no 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 no.
Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair.
Come on, come on.
I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill? Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious.
Ow! This is hard. Send like a shield or something.
Who cares about the camera?
Oh, focus!
I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Ouch! Who cares about the camera? I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolf. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolf. Who cares about the camera?
Oh my god.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? Why won't you believe me? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera?
Come on.
How could I access the security camera?
If personal game console.
Ava, we know the truth.
No! Don't kill me!
That was
What you
hard.
said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler room. Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle, if I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out.
The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So he played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Show us.
I don't think she has the console on her, dude. She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
Well, what about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most.
Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them. So I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms.
And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there.
Which means it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its content.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show.
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me. You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes, show us the console and then you'll be done with this.
No! I don't have to show anyone anything.
Oh my
That's
god.
the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gotcha pet.
Seems natural you would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer. Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once
Yes.
all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer.
Okay, what did Wolfgang and Diana receive? It's not unlocked yet. So we need to what did he kill? The blackout and closing fan. Good to know. Oh, this one, closing the fan. Okay, so Wolfgang that. Blackout. So blackout and then isn't it gonna unlock? Okay, letter from the killer. Oh, this is the first one. And then the syringe. Okay, car battery. What did the killer steal from Jet dorm room? The car battery. Internal plug. Which end of the car internal plug? The taster. Who arrived in the warehouse? Who took the knife from the kitchen? What did the killer leave on the boiler room floor? Taster. Who arrived in the boiler room? Took the kitchen knife. Who arrived in the boiler room last? So killer? Oh no! Oh, the killer. Okay, so Diana and Wolfgang. Who took the kitchen? Wolfgang took the knife. And this one is Diana.
This is how it happened.
This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail amidst the chaos that spawned. The killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
So this is the story.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang, hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears, since it confirmed their plan was working. The killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder
Murder
mechanism,
mechanism.
the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall, so they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's
Oh
furniture.
my god.
We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the
Right,
vent
the
with a
fan.
piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't
Oh my
notice a
God.
knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it. As well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just
They
wanted
just
to
want-
put a speaker next to the vent, because it would drown out the fight which was gonna happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m. So that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in.
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery, only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang, he got up on his feet all of a sudden, and he started crying and saying these weird things.
Oh my god.
I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over to me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity.
Jeez.
Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly. The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
Poor Diana.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in a room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair.
That person
Ifa.
is you, Ava Sunaka.
Ifa Sunaka.
It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair.
Alright, it ended.
My blood is rushing.
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular. You have seen beyond the four lies of this cornered mathematician and delivered the honorable truth with an aplomb.
Well done.
This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success with.
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up? Without Tosu's mad rambling, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glance at each other. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoil sport.
Very well. Every murder mystery needs a motive, and I will be loath to break the tradition at this stage.
There must be something.
Ifa, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. It was Tosu. Huh? Tosu made me do it. What? You've been working with Tosu this entire time?
Such disrespect.
Me and her? Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an intention grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously, ultimate liar, talk about on the nose. No, Eva is just as much of a kidnappee as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules. That's proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy!
Huh? Eva broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property. Oh yeah, the generator. Why the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at the camera, but Eva wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit.
Shit, is Eva the exception that Gold was talking about? What? Desmond tapped on the screen on his ring and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he looked at the killing game's goal. Okay, yeah, everyone take a look at the second goal. Students are not allowed to vandalize any official killing game properties such as camera, and the those who trinket exceptions may apply. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Eva wasn't punished for breaking the generator, but that means she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
Are you gonna explain how? Or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
If I had to make a guess, it's probably because Eva destroyed the generator while committing a murder. Eh?
What's all this about?
Are you saying Eva has special privilege? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator. Meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why Eva was excused for breaking
Slow
it.
down.
Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see, I see.
And if it were? What? You. I see, Eva believes she will count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head or for something she just assumed?
That ain't it.
Nah, without how confidently Eva executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't penalize. How about Tosu? Did you ever share that information with her?
Me?
Fufu, a desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb substance. The mere implication of loophole ignites their scent, and they, as desperate people always do, shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So to answer your question, yes, Eva approached me with the same question your friend are asking now. And yes, I confirm her suspicions were true. Seriously, that's so unfair.
Pathetic.
Unfair answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. If you never ask a professor for help on an assignment, sure, your professor won't do the whole work for you, but they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you might have. Then what? Did Eva say you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say Eva and I made a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game. Eh? In exchange for agreeing to perform this first kill, she would receive a special perk. The traitor perk. What do you mean traitor perk? Is it the tablet Eva has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked. Mind you that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who's asked. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean by earn it? Do you recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about secret lurking inside? You see, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond this door. The secret, were you referring to the traitor perk? Indeed, I was. Woohoo! When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Pin pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about that big door I found tucked behind a shelf.
I see.
I see, it was hiding the traitor perk all along. How did Eva figure out the password to the pin pad though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until it finally worked?
Well,
A 4-digit code will have thousands of potential combinations. Unless Eva encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing the code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Then how did she access to the traitor perk? The 4 numbers to unlock the pin pad. How did Eva figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with the poster, isn't it? That mysterious poster in the pharmacy. You know, what poster are you? Ding ding ding, correct. Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy room is the poster which reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
For real?
No.
How can the poster reveal the code though? How is it? Is it 13.10? Is it 13.110? 10? I knew it had to be important. Someone note of the visual made sense, which is exactly why it got my attention. But I didn't know what to do with that information, how to decipher what I was seeing.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was.
Twist.
An equation. What? Equation? Every detail is deceitful. Those exclamations of grandeur may in fact be hints toward a certain something nature, and that large star stand in for a coordinate plane. Oh my god. Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to the present pin pad is after all being changed as we speak. To quote the word of my parents' the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Heckin' twist!
No way, a math equation is totally up Eva's alley. Eva, you told me you couldn't understand the poster.
Like a long face.
Of course you did. The equation is the key to the traitor perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit.
So the traitor perk was Eva referred for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Me?
I assure you, it's very handy thing to have. You see, this traitor perk allowed the owner to access the school security camera using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Eva's person right now. What?
Damn it.
So I was right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which was how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud.
I thought it was weird if I wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually right to the school camera.
But then...
Then the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room is because Eva was watching me.
What?
This is making too much sense.
Nonsense.
Eva, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. Eh? I either take his deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I will die here with the rest of you. You, that selfish attitude is the reason why we've ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out here together? If you hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled this situation, we might have made progress on escaping. Even if I didn't kill someone else would eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they would even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and sniffle and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like honest or not, playing Tosu's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter, all we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But I almost died first! No? It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. And you all would believe him. Is that not? Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. You turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, will the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you will. There's no way anyone will. She's cool, but I gotta pity her. You're all the worst. I hope you all got here. That's cool, and
really let me down.
even if you had some god spots, some of us still try to get along with you. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining. You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me, none of you. I've never been anything to anyone. What do you mean? Really, it's the same in here as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent, I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was the prodigy student the others wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right, but I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me because they wanted the love I received, or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted me to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now when I try to become something more than just a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. But I care
Don't
if
understand.
I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I
Don't
could.
say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Why? Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserve it. That's called... No. Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Ah, Diana! Alice ran over to Diana and put her arm around her shoulder.
How can you believe that?
Why do you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel. She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. For each stands to reason they will be mentioned here too. When Eva realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Proof enough of this bullshit already. But Eva's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucked. Who cares? You took Wolfgang Fire, the only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance.
Sheesh.
I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Hurting someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent. Even she must know how really ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Eva didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably because the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win
My
again.
thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Winona. Reckon, do you reckon Eva killed Wolfgang because of his ability as a liar? She herself admitted he would have been a suspect at her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if he wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Eva isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with even weaker body and weaker mind. Anyone who is looking for an easy kill will know to target them first. Doesn't matter. Even if no one target me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk. Huh? Those who told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Me?
Guilty as charged!
Dude, no!
No way! Those who never told me the number of days I had left, just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something. You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same.
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took the perk. Those who targeted me with the mad puzzle, he offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too. You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just wanna make me look like a villain so you feel less about killing her. That's right. How could I forget? If she blackened is uncovered, and now again, I'm sick of talking of this comeback. Get on with the fucking execution, will you? Alright, this soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Huh? Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to... Oh my god. All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud and rhythmic like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go on.
Then I expect your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of budget went into this. No, I don't. What's going on? This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
Blood is rushing.
Did our victor go to the spoil hill, the honorable death, avenged at last? I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And steal the heart and mind of all those bearing witnesses. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
I want to live.
I want
I
this.
deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live.
Oh my god, Ava. Mental breakdown. Now we present the execution of Eva's Luna. Huh? Enjoy the show. Oh god. Fiery furnace of affliction. What the? What? It changed to stairs? Oh god. Oh no! That's gonna be painful. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Poor Ava. No! Oh god.
I can't handle it.
My entire body had seized up. I couldn't move a single limb, couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare my mind at the complete and total loss.
There's no way.
So that's what punishment entails. Let me go home, please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Eva put up quite a fight for a second there. She almost had me believing we'd underestimate her.
Moving on.
Ooh, just kidding.
Damned.
How can you do this, forcing these innocent people to kill each other? So judgmental. Need I remind you that this is student-on-student warfare?
Get out.
Yeah, shut up already. Eva, why? You just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm going to be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. Nope, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Oh shit!
I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
Can't be like this.
No one's gonna die, you hear? You're gonna be okay. Come on, repeat after me. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced, but now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. Again?
It's all my
I'm
fault.
not okay, and I'm never going to be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa!
Diana, you had no way of knowing what was gonna come next. He was wielding a knife too. Anyone who would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of grave, but she stayed completely silent. I can't let it end. Wolfgang kindness, I can't let anyone forget.
It is how it is.
That goes without saying, I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths of my talent can go. The ability to change other appearance to be the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in that place. Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, maybe I can leave for him.
Believe me.
You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah, I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Huh?
Like a chameleon, I will adapt. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Tears were running down Diana's face, but her expression, how much she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she'd been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy, acting like she's a hero from a storybook. Has this girl lost her mind?
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Eva, neither of them deserves this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here.
We won't back down.
For their sex, I'll save everyone from the killing
You've
game.
got to be kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you?
What?
Can this get any worse?
It seems your piece aren't much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Anyway, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up. Unless you have any further questions for me, you are all free to return to your dorm. Any further questions?
Get lost.
Get lost.
Ingrates.
Now where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a
Good evening.
Until next time, everyone. Just like last time, those who walk over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. On that ominous note, he was lowered underground. Hey guys, shall we just go back to our room? It's about time we brought this day to a close. Good idea. It was clear today's event will not be easily forgotten. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over the devastating image which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder, the trial, Eva dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It had all retreated to the corner of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana after everything that's happened. Seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud, just like Wolfgang once did. It pissed me off. Oh no. Eva. No, Wolfgang and Eva. Yes. Okay guys, I'm gonna end the stream here today. So this is chapter 1 and it's a good game. I really enjoy it. I hope the developers keeps making it. Thank you for watching. Good night.